rate the DLC versus the other ones? More challenging terrain, I'd say. Rip.
Nice tumble there, Paul.
What on earth are you doing? Have you got a death wish? Can't see anything. That's really bizarre. God, you guys all the way around that.
Got no ammo, so I'm having to use my mining laser. I do have one of the key cards that's needed.
Right. Can you give that to me in case you die?
Yeah. I'll get it to you, Paul, as soon as I can get out of here.
Oh, geez, is that you? Is that you in that building?
Yes. Yes, I have hidden in the building, Paul.
Let's say that. Oh, you scumbag. Warning, Mrs. Squirrel has turned the oven on. Yeah, I don't know if it models rush hour or not. There's plenty of buses coming through. What on earth is... What? Bro! Seriously, bro, what? I do not know what's going on there. Can we sleep and then it'll be morning or something? Why is she doing press-ups? Is this what you do at 10 o'clock at night? Just do... Aren't you supposed to sleep or something? I don't know why she's doing that. This is what I'm saying past that. Like, they were supposed to... Whoa. Okay.
That's my elephant, Paul.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at what's going on next to me.
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see. Just carry on like you haven't seen anything.
Just want to just get close enough to attach. There we go. Hey, whoa. Hello. Okay. Down, boy. Easy.
Easy.
It's like trying to wrestle, like a cowboy trying to wrestle a bull. Look at this.
Easy.
This is perfectly normal.
Easy.
So yeah, you know the guy who likes heavy machinery? I recommend this game. Holy smoke. I don't know if you saw that then, but they all nearly went flying.
Yes, I did see that.
She gets really angry, doesn't she? One of us is standing on the right side of this window. It's a long walk, pups, if you don't survive, I'm just saying.
Hi!
You'll be fine.
I will.
You've got some sun cream, haven't you?
I put factor 4 billion on.
Here he goes.
It's getting dangerous.
And
he's
Dead.
Kentucky Fried Puppy. Okay, I immediately see a problem with this. If you look at the length of this train, it's spectacularly long. And it's about to pass here, which means this one is going to get blocked by that one. Oh, nasty. Pulled out in front of a PAX train. Outrageous. Whoa. Slow down there, buddy. Slow down. Whoa. Jeez, man. Do you want to get closer? Flipping heck. What I never work out is how they managed to build it. Like the Egyptians, right? They built the pyramids using measurements like the cubit. And the cubit is like a distance between the tip of your hand and your elbow. Well, I mean, everybody's got different sized arms, so how does...
Maybe it was just one guy cutting them all off.
Well, just have one supervisor.
No, or just chop the arms off.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're all white. Like, why not?
Yeah, you're not thinking very,
They could have genuinely cut someone's arm off as a measurement metric. We don't know.
Wait, what? Why would you cut somebody's arm off as a measurement metric? What are you going to do, pass the arm around?
Yes.
Are you done with that, Bob? Yeah, throw it over
Yeah,
it.
just shook his arm.
Cheers.
It's rotten a bit now. It's all right. It'll do. Good morning. Happy Friday. Hope you're
80
well.
months Sklo hype.
How are we all? Had a good week? I've had a great week. Absolutely superb week. Not.
Hey, special delivery.
Morning everyone. Happy Friday Sklovef. I think you have missed an explosive. On the original canal feeding the first Spaddock area, in the water underneath the water tower. OCD hitting again Sklerofl.
Wait, what, Scotty? Have you been sat there
33
all week
months.
waiting to send
I
that?
moved house this week. Finally we have a lot more space to ourselves. TV arrived today and this is the first thing I'm watching on it.
Thank you, Delta. Thank you for 33 months. I have the privilege of being the first thing on
47
your
of them.
TV. And Dutch TS, thank you for gifting a sub to Fadian. Welcome back, Fadian. Scotty, thanks for the bits. I'll have a look in a sec. Jo, thank you for 80.
Hey, special delivery.
Yes, I have been waiting Sklerofl.
Lol. Right, I'll have a look now. Dice on it all, thank you for 68 months, and can I just say you're a complete nerd. Dust Kicker, thank you for 2 months. Chris for you with 105, and Comfy Cool Man with 41. Right, let me try and figure this out. After Melodisa drops 5 subs on the chat. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Melodisa. Thank you for the 5 subs gifted, and if you got one, please give him a thank you. Well, I don't disagree. Automation's a great thing, Dice on it all, but I tend to do it in games. Finally, right, where is it? On the original canal feeding the first Spaddock area, which is this one, the original canal. Let me get rid of the water. You mean this one? Found it! I found it, Scotty. I can imagine Scotty on his sofa now going, oh, thank God. Oh, I feel so I can relax now. Oh, that was triggering me, that was. I'll have a cup of tea. Go. Well spotted, sir, well spotted. You can relax now. Enjoy the rest of your day. You've been like waking up in cold sweats all week. Harry Potter, thank you, 41 months. Melodisa, thank you very much for another 10 subs gifted. If you got one of the subs, guys, refresh your page, and then you'll have no ads for a month, and then you can put like a squirrel GG or a squirrel love or something, or a squirrel gift back to Melodisa, who gifted you the sub.
Bull, outer, bull. Hashtag influencer can manage it.
125 months, bull, outer, and bull again. Yeah, that's a difficult shot, that is, Sommy. Hitting a bull's hard enough. Hitting an outer and then a bull, that would... Yeah, that's 1 in a million. Thank you for tier 2, 125 months, Sommy. Do you play Crimson Desert? Don't believe so. Don't believe I've heard of that. Benna, thanks for 139 months. Right. Yeah, so I've had a really fun week. He just found a Luke Little clip, managed it in 20 seconds. Yeah, but he's not normal, is he? He's not normal. Yes, Roadcraft is coming. Did we make a plan for that? Yes, we did, didn't we? What was the plan for that, Sommy? Is it next week? I can't remember what we discussed. Yeah, but I can't... Is that 24th of March, isn't it?
Still party.
It's a new massive open world RPG that's out today. Okay, thank you, Aribos. Not something I'm going to be playing. Open world RPGs. Is that online or offline? Like, do you come up against other players, or is it just like you and your game? Mass deforestation with the new tree crusher.
Sclove.
Yes, I'm looking for. No, they've got one of those demolishing machines with a swinging ball, wrecking ball. I'm looking forward to that. Offline single player. Okay. It's not a game I'd ever see you playing. The problem with them is the amount of time that you have to sink into them. Right, I was looking at this and thinking, maybe we don't... I know we've just made this a bit deeper. And I know it's got a lovely central location, but it's got a lovely central location. And I was wondering if we could use that one instead. But the problem with that one is that one overflows when we get a bad tide. Which is not insurmountable, we can cap it. We do have to start thinking about taking control of this area here. Because having water run that way, which goes right through the map, is somewhat inconvenient. Controlling those outlets is the issue, but then we could just cap them off, I suppose. If we cap them off, cap them off, cap them, cap them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We wouldn't need to worry about it anymore. We could just have a pool up here in the corner of the map. Maybe just pump that up so it fills and that can be the bad water area. That's quite a big project. The amount of time... No, it's the amount of consecutive time, Kronos. The problem with RPGs is they're not the kind of game that you can just put down and pick up again, because you're kind of following a story, you're following characters, you're following the plot, you know what I mean? If you put that down for 2 weeks and come back, you find yourself saying, oh man, what was this? So you kind of need to just keep going until you're done. And, you know, with RPGs, normally you're looking at least 100 hours for a decent one. Are you completely able to remove the bad area? You can't remove bad area, bad water stuff, but what you can do is deal with it. So we can never stop that from being here. We can't destroy anything. And because we're not the, what are they called, iron teeth, we can't cap it. We have no facility to cap it. There's no, I think Iron Teeth has another device that you can put a lid on that. And that's the end of it. But all we can do is just do this to it. Which means it's no trouble anymore. But obviously this land is never good. Crimson Desert is based off the MMORPG Black Desert, according to its description. Ah. Just in the news of Ronnie's 153. Yeah, we were talking about that before the stream. And I couldn't get a straight answer from Pops about how he managed it. Because obviously there was a foul at the beginning of the break. But then what did he pot? Because for a 153, he must have got 6 points. So he obviously took a ball as a red, but then he would have got the blue, presumably. But Pups said it was the black. Like, if you took a green and then a blue, I could understand that. So, if somebody could have a look and explain how that happened, that would be great. What's going on here? Nothing to do in range. You're right about that. All that scrap metal's gone. Let's get rid of these. There you go, boys. You're doing something else now. I think I suggest a Friday, but you can only do midday and have to work, so I believe Saturday, Sunday, there's a clock change to deal with. There is, yes. Yeah, it's next week, isn't it?
Pops is a magician. Skalomk, skalomk.
He got 2 pinks. That explains it, Dysanator. That was the detail that Pups was missing. There was 2 points, because I'm saying to Pups said he got a green and then a black. I'm like, well, that's 8 points. That's a 155 break. So if he took 2 pinks on the way, that explains the 153. Thank you. Yeah, the green counts as... So when there's a foul, it's a free ball. The green counts as... Any ball counts as a red. So he potted the green, which counts as a red. He then potted the black, but I said to Pups that would give him 155. But I was assuming he potted all blacks. But he didn't. He potted 2 pinks, so it's only 153. What was I doing? I was looking at my calendar. When does it come out? 24th? Yeah, I cannot... No, I can do till like 2 o'clock something, is what I said, I think. Friday the 27th, I could do like a 10 till 2, but you can't do that because you're only back at 4 or whatever. That was the issue. So we just have to be Saturday, Sunday. But, like, so we'll start at 10 on Saturday, Sunday, but like we said, we're going to lose an hour because of the clock change. Not going to be able to watch the whole stream, going to work later. Going to watch the VOD tomorrow. Try not to spot an explosive, Adobe. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, Somebody, is I don't know how much content there is. Why are all these beavers injured? Are these the ones dealing with bees or something? So many injured beavers. Yeah. I mean, we've got plenty medical beds, but... I think they're getting stung, basically. I think the stinging mechanics are overdone, personally. So you wanting a 10-3 4-8... No. 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 10-2. But isn't that what I said in Discord? But you said you couldn't do that. Hang on. There you go. Only thing I could do Friday is a possible 10 till 2. And you said, never mind, I'll be at work. The beavers are thirsty. I've got 3.9 thousand tons of water. How can they be thirsty? Also, why is that not even half full? Some of these pumps turned off. No available workers in the district. There you go. That's because they're on a low priority. Yeah. Right, food's under control. We need more workers. In other words, we need more homes. Let's build some more homes. I think we can stick with the vertical theme and get some more homes going over here. What if... Okay. Let's put some stilts in.
Almost there, Skroves Kloshok.
What was that? Tuscan, almost there. Thank you for 98 months. Jetbone, thank you for 63. So I was just thinking. Do that. And then we build a couple of triples like that. And then another triple up there. I might fill that in with dirt, actually. These need to be double height, really. Yeah, that's better. And then we do that like that. Yeah, there we go. And the only problem is connecting that to there. So we could do it as a bridge, couldn't we? Yeah, let's do it as a bridge. So we do this, and then we'll have a little rope bridge if we can. Oh, it doesn't like that. Hmm. There we go. Beautiful. So for the weekend, not Friday, 10 till 3, 4 till 8. Yeah, I mean, the F1's on at 6 a.m. that day. So maybe I get time to watch it before the stream on Sunday. Yeah, that should be alright. No, Jace, he's not on about this weekend, mate. He's on about the weekend of the 28th, 29th. The last weekend in March. Basically, the Roadcraft weekend is what we're trying to work out. Which is next weekend. Correct. I feel like January went quick, February went like that, and March is nearly done. This is quite scary. Where's the dirt block? There it is. Like that. Remember watching you 10 years ago when I was 8 years old. I love the Eurotruck vids so much. I asked my parents for a PC so I could play it. Fast forward a few years and I had to have a full sim setup. Tomato, thank you, mate. I enjoy those stories. They make me feel so young, you know. Yes, I started watching you when I was in nappies. And now I've got my own kids. And you're like, cool. We may have to start prioritising water unless we can get some beavers growing up here. Beavers, 3 available beds. Right, what's the next big project then? See, this isn't really under control in terms of water. However, it kind of is. Like, we set this to overflow into here. So all of this, in theory, is buildable land. Might have to think about allowing some water over here. Do you want another story that makes you feel young? Go on then. If we allow some of this water to bleed into here, we'll turn all of this green and we can use it for trees and stuff. I think we need more trees. We need more wood for our big projects. Not much of a Snad fan. Really? How can you not like Snad? Actually, I have just noticed that this is depressed down, shall we say. I think this needs filling in, actually, bizarrely. I think we have to relocate this, box that off with dirt, and then allow this area to flood. Would be the way to handle this. Well, not flood, build it up. We need a channel here. Okay, what we need to do... We know we need to box that off. That's not an option. Then we need a channel of water into here. Because you can't see what Pups is doing. What? What? I reckon we can move that here. Let's get that built. We can move that over there. Ooh. We have plenty of free beds now. I could do this now, or I could wait till the middle of the night when they're all in bed. They look a little bored, don't they? They're looking for things to do. We need to build them more things to do. I want to get that up to 15 so we unlock the Iron Teeth, so I think we'll need to provide more entertainment. Looking at their needs, they would really like some bread. Some maple pastries would give them a +3. Maple trees. We're going to plant maple trees. Rooftop terrace, but he has no access to it. An Agora would give a +3 and a dance hall. Oh, the dance hall! Of course we can have a dance hall, +5. Why are they running around like they're homeless? This is weird. Okay, right, they've all gone to bed finally. Wake up, you lot! I reckon we can landscape all of this, to be honest. Let's bring that down. Flatten that, we can build on that. Can allow some water through. You should put the dance hall next to the houses. Let me have a look at the well-being stuff. So there's the Agora. A large gathering place where beavers can discuss timber-related projects. Must be built on the ground, requires haulers, 15 visitors, etc. Requires lots of planks and stuff. And it's that big. So where do we want our central Agora? This is kind of the manufacturing area here. This is where they all live. I kind of feel like it needs to be around here. Does it need power? No. It doesn't need power. Your cat does love watching little beavers run around. Lol. Why is that red? Oh, it's the trees, isn't it? Need to get rid of some of these trees. Right, let's cut this stuff down. Might as well grab the lumber. In fact, if we build over to that... we can cut that low wire on it. We just don't have enough workforce. I know it's only 2 races, but what are your first impressions of the new regs? My impressions are that they've removed too much ICE power and added too much electrical power. So they've gone 50-50. And I think 60-40 would have been a better ratio, because I don't think you'd have had the problems we've got now. A bigger battery would have also helped. What I don't want Formula 1 to do is go towards Formula E, which is what it's doing. And I don't think any of the fans want that either. So I guess the immediate solution is, since they're not going to be... in April, we're not going to be racing, right? Which gives them an opportunity to implement some changes. I don't think you're going to see bigger batteries this year. I think you're only going to see that at the end of the season, because to add a bigger battery means you've got to find the space within the car, which is already very, very tight, and you've got weight and balance issues to deal with. So a bigger battery is probably end of the season type stuff next year. So what changes can you make that allow the cars to stop clipping, etc., which is the problem. That's the issue. That's what they've got a window in April now that they could make some changes. I know they've been talking to the teams, but I don't personally think they're going to roll back on the 50-50 split. I think they'll stay at 50-50. I don't want to see it go any more than that. Like, I don't want to see more electric and less ICE. Because they're already using, like, renewable fuels and stuff, aren't they? So, why can't you use ICE? But the new cars, they definitely got some teething issues. People screaming on Reddit annoying me because it's like, come on, bro. You know, the problems can be fixed. Give people a chance. So yeah, that my thoughts are that the drivers have worked out how to get the best from them, but the cars themselves have a problem at the moment. And we don't want to hear drivers saying things like, "This isn't racing. This is just energy management." Like, you don't want to hear that kind of nonsense. You want enough electrical energy that you're seen to be environmentally friendlier, right? And you can create interesting possibilities with electrical boost power. You know, I use some of my energy here to make the overtake. Then I've got to defend, get my power back. Like, that can make it fun and interesting. But when you've got drivers clipping around corners and down straights and stuff, running out of energy, you just think, nah, there's something wrong with that car. That's just Verstappen complaining because the car's awful. I mean, if he was to even talk to people like Russell, I think he would probably say, if he was being honest, this is not ideal. I know he's got a winning car, so he's going to keep quiet, right? But you want racing, you want driver skill. You don't want energy management. It does depend on the circuit, and some of the bigger circuits are going to be a real issue for these cars. Yeah, I think Pops, if I remember, they're getting, is it 200 and, can't remember the numbers, 250 kilowatts from the engine? And they could go up to 300 or 350 or something like that. Like, they can get some more power. If they can do that, that will be an easy fix. Oh, this could be bad for him. This could be really bad for him. You better run, bro. Ooh. That was living dangerously, that was. Nice. More growing area. Yeah, what a hero. I think the issue at the moment is some teams nail their overall package and some teams have major issues, like with the new regulation. That's always true. Every year in F1 is like that. Some teams have nailed it and some teams haven't. That's always the problem. This is more to do with the technical regulations and what they have to do. Baku's going to be a laugh. They run out of battery and they reach 1.2 kilometers. Baku's probably going to be the race where everybody goes, yeah, we need to sort this out. Well, we're down to 2.9k water. 25 kids are going to be growing up at some point, and then we'll have some workers. Well, I might have to reprioritize pumps soon. Okay, looks like those trees are gone. Sounds like McLaren are not happy with Mercedes not giving the latest engine software, which is a bit dodgy from the Mercedes end. You know, I agree. It's a little bit iffy, that. There's a lot of trees here that we can go and cut down. We store logs here till they're gone and then get all this metal out of there. These need to be automated. Hang on, when there's a bad tide... Yeah, okay, so when there's... Temperate on... So when the weather's temperate, we want 0.8 meters, don't we? So the water can flow. And at all of the times, we want to lock that off. So we allow this water to flow from here when it's temperate. When it's bad water or bad tide, we shut that off. Because this will be shut off. And then we're relying on water coming from here. So what's going on with the little pump thing back here? You're missing a path, Scotsman. Whereabouts? Do you watch the old races, Mika Hacken and Rubens Barrichello? I used to watch them back in the day. I don't rewatch them. Well, I found dodgy smoke limiting the engine to allow the other engine manufacturers to catch up upgrades. Well, if that's true, Pups, why are McLaren saying that Mercedes haven't given them the latest software? I wonder if these are in the wrong place, you know. Because right now I can see water flowing down here. But this isn't really filling up. And I think it might be not filling up because they need to be at a high level. They haven't said that. They've said that they're upset that they didn't get it until the first race. Merck had the software pre-season test and optimized with it. Yeah, well, what do the FIA regulations say about that? Because it's one thing for them to say, the FIA rules saying that they have to have access to the same modes and software. But it's another if they're restricting when they can get it. Yeah, but Pups, the FIA should be very clear on this. It should say that all teams should have access to the same versions of software at all times, whether it's in season or out. Otherwise, it's not a level playing field. If they can play, it's like, imagine you're on the beta testing team, right? You've got access to software before everybody else does, who only gets release. It's literally that. That's not fair. I need to change something here. I think this wall needs building up. Let's see what we've got level-wise. I'm going to have to build this wall up, I think. We want that to be that high. And this needs to be built up on... Actually, no, it's fine. So what's your thoughts on that, pups? We'll have a bridge over there. Right. Yeah, I think these have to change to the bottom. Okay. My lights just decided to randomly turn off. What the heck? I think somebody's hacked my my lights. Like, they're literally all just turned off. Yeah, we've got a power outage. My UPS is beeping. Yeah, I think we've got a power outage. My stream may go offline. Let me have a look at my fuse box. All the lights just came back on. So basically, we just had... What was that? About a 30 second power outage. I didn't do anything then. I literally went to my fuse box to have a look to see if anything tripped, and everything just came back. So we just had a power drop, and my UPS just rolled right through it. It could be a brownout. What do I want here? Triple that like that. So that happened because of two UPSs, right? One of them is here, and that managed to run my computer and the screens and the camera, but not the lights and my audio. and my network switch. And then there's another one in the house that runs the network switches in that room, which has access to the internet. So the only way I can stay live is because of that UPS holding this one and that UPS holding the network live. But it all just works. Like, it can deal with like 2 minutes of outage and then it'll shut down. But that was enough to ride us through that one. I should have events on my inverters now saying that there was an outage. Can they reach that? No. All we need is a little step down there. Just enough time to shut down safely. The main purpose of them is to allow me to safely shut down, but also to allow me to carry on streaming for a couple of minutes. So if you do get a little drop in power, like that, we can get through it. The problem now is a lot of stuff around the house is now shut down and it's just coming back. Here we go. Here's a text message. UK Power Networks. Power cut alert from UK Power Networks at 10:55. We are aware of an unexpected power cut in your area. We did not know that this was going to happen, so providing prior notice wasn't possible, but we are working to get the lights back on as quickly as possible. That's the one thing that I do like about UK Power Networks, is they actually text you to tell you what's going on. I mean, in that instance, they couldn't stop it, but you know what I mean? You actually get messages that are helpful. Babison, thank you for 7 months. No, my system is grid tied. So if the grid goes offline, everything goes offline. It's a grid tied system. There aren't many gateways that can do completely off-grid. The Tesla gateway can for Tesla Powerwalls, and the SIG Energy can for SIG Energy systems, and I don't know if... I don't think Solar Energy has one, or Give Energy. But mine's not a grid... Mine's a grid-tied system. Which UPS? God. Pops, is my UPS on the spec sheet? It's an APC one. It's called something like a... Is it on the spec sheet, Pops? It's an APC. It's one that can deal with high power draw. It's called like a Pro Gamer or something like that. Because a lot of the UPSs you can buy, although they've got battery capacity, what they don't have is the power output to go with it. So if you've got like a gaming rig with a 1000-watt power supply in it and a bunch of monitors, pretty much most of the UPSs just check out and go, yeah, I can't deliver that. Can't find it on the equipment page. I'm just trying to find an email. There we go. APC overnight parcel. I'm just trying to find my order. Let me fire up the software. Right, it's called... Let me find it. Yeah, my battery's down to 93%. Is my internet working properly? I feel like I can't browse the internet properly. According to PowerShoot, I think it is. I think it's this one. If somebody could Google that, I think it's that one. Not 100%. That's what it's saying in the PowerShoot software. Yeah, that's filling up now, look. Let's flatten that out. Yeah, that's the one. Backup UPS Pro. I knew it had the Pro in it, Albeck. I think that's the one, yeah. Yeah, that's it. 2 UK and 2 IEC C13s, yeah, that's the one. Because I had to buy 2 C13 to UK plug adapters so that I could use the other 2 sockets for the monitors. Because it has 2 UK plug sockets on the back, but it has 2 C13s, and C13s are like what goes in the back of your PC. Right, this can stay on a level. Hang on. Bad tide started. I should have saved this. I got completely distracted. I got completely distracted with power. What's our water level? Okay, we should be okay. Jace, in my region, the power goes out rarely as well. So let's see, the last time... I can tell you when we last had a power outage. July 2024, we had an unplanned power outage. So, you know, over 1.5 years ago. It doesn't happen very often, but as Farazon says, it's the data loss potential, it's the equipment damage, and for me, it drops the stream, which is a real pain. I do find it funny that the lights all went out. Like, basically now, if my lights all go out, my power dropped. That's my visual signal. Well, the fuse in my house went last year because it was a 60 amp fuse, Maverick. And it was supposed to be a 100 amp fuse. So that was a mistake of my solar installer, who basically applied to up. Well, no, they didn't apply. That was a problem. Well, I was spec'd out for a 100 amp fuse instead of a 60, but they never actioned it with UK Power Networks, and I thought they'd done it. And nobody'd done it. So I was running on the basis that I had a 100 amp fuse. When I didn't, I had a 60. And so once you've got car charging going, dishwasher going, washing machine going, all the rest of it, you end up blowing 60 amps. And it just stressed it, and eventually it went. We've got a 100 amp fuse in there now, so that won't happen again, ever. But it did happen. I don't think I need to automate this at all. I think we just leave it on 2.8 and then let it fill up and overflow. We've got emergency funds though. What do you mean? The wiring? Yeah, they had to replace the tails coming in. So basically, where the incoming power is, and it splits off into your tails, you had to upgrade all of that cable, and then it splits into another block which goes to the car charger, and then it comes to the house. Like, the house doesn't usually draw a ton of power. If the batteries are charging overnight, that's the main draw. And then often we'll put the dishwasher and the washing machine on overnight, etc. Interesting. Now, what happened with this? Okay, that worked. That shut off. Nice. Don't know how long this can last. It's already drained down. That is supposed to keep it. Supposed to keep this at 0.8. Oh, they fixed that. Nice. Empty. We go. Do you have thread phases? No. No, in the UK, the standard's single phase. Right. Let's get that done before they all come back. You can have three-phase fitted, but it ain't cheap. Icarus. Your house has 3 phases. Do you live in Europe? This building isn't connected to any district. Oh, oh, you numpty. I put the... Messed that up. Right, they're cutting down. That one's done. I'm surprised they haven't done this one yet. Now I know why. Where's he been? Seriously, why has he just been over there? Has he been wandering around, like, unable to get back or something? That's weird. Agora, here we go. We'll have to prettify all this at some point. The Czech Republic 3-phase are pretty standard single family homes, only 25 amps per phase. Interesting way of doing it. Yeah, we need something here. We need to prettify this with something. Maybe have like a lot of teeth grinders and stuff. What else have we got? A detailer. How big are they? Not actually not big, actually. The dance hall apparently doesn't require power. I generally thought it would require power. Beavers are getting a massive upgrade. So what else have we got? Campfires. Oh, they're a lot bigger than I thought they would be. I think a campfire needs to go in the main area, if I'm honest. You could sit here, maybe. You want a nice spot with a campfire. Maybe all that will be green one day. You can imagine all the residents complaining like about planning permission. Oh, we don't want teeth grinders outside of our homes. We're trying to sleep at night and somebody's grinding the teeth outside. No more teeth grinders. You can imagine. My little kid's trying to sleep and all we can is... Enchanting vids, thank you for 32 months. No, I wasn't going to start the wheat. I was going to start the maple. Is what I was going to do. We're just doing a bit of landscaping over here first. Unfortunately, we don't appear to have anywhere for scrap metal to be put. I thought we had a massive... Is that scrap metal? Okay. We get another one of them. They can then empty that into here. What's under there then? That's logs. That's planks. Okay. Let's make some adjustments to this stuff. Where's paper? Paper. Percentage will have 80% storage. And gears. We've got 4,000 water, so I'm thinking some workers grew up. Yeah, we do. We have unemployment now. Nothing to do in range. Oh my god. As if. You won't be able to reach some of this, but we want to get rid of it anyway. That's amazing. I'm not quite sure how they're meant to get on here. I do not watch F1 Academy, no. Right, so if we get maples trees growing, right, then we get maple syrup. And then presumably in the grill houses we can make something. Pine resin. Is something controlling pine resin? Pine resin percentage. Don't think we need to make more spattered up. We're pretty maxed out on it. Measurement 3.73. Do the measuring thing here so we can see what this is at. Then we can effectively have that open. Why does he look like he's... You know what? I think they would benefit from being able to go that way. It'll be a much quicker journey. Let's get that going. So we've got a depth sensor here. We can then control these gates. We can put a gate here instead of a flood thing. We still need to gouge this out and then put a pump in there and pump the water around it. Like what we did here. Need to do that over here. 2.74 meters. May you ask a question? You just did. Do you feel okay? I believe I feel okay. Recently discovered that the path gate interacts very nicely with hedges or fences. The path gate? Wait, there's a gate in this? Disconnects a path on demand. Oh, is that a way of turning a pathway off and on? I've never used that before. Is that fairly new? You look focused and serious. Mate, I have what is called a... How do we explain it? A concentration phase. That's the phrase. I have a concentration phase. When I'm concentrating, which I have to do in this game, I have this kind of expression that makes me look serious. And it's not something I'm aware of, but it just happens. Yeah, professionalism's a good word for it, Scotty. A resting professional. No, when I'm focused, I'm thinking, my mum used to say it. When I was a teenager, my mother used to say... She used to say, when you're studying, why do you frown? And I was like, do I? Yeah. She said, when you're like studying, when I was studying for exams and things, she said, you frown? Okay. Wasn't aware of that. It's just something that happens. It's weird. You get the same way when you're focused. Yeah. I don't know what you can do, you know? What do we call this one? We'll call this the header basin low. So that can come on. Well, that's currently off. Hang on. When it's less than... That's measuring that level. Is that the level that goes through? Yes. So if it gets down to like less than a meter, that's low. At which point... this can come on. I mean, actual fact, that can open up lower than that, potentially. That's less than that. You're told you always look moody. Yeah, it's weird. Like, some people have naturally smiling faces. Some people just look neutral. Some look sad. Some look serious. And it's like your resting face is hard to control. To be fair, revision makes a lot of people frown. Well, it's not just revision, is it? It's like when I'm focusing, basically. It's what it is. It's when I'm mentally focusing, my expression changes. Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't stare at your face when you watch the stream. I feel very offended by that. There you go. You can't look at me anymore, Beaker. You can't see my frowning face. Look how serious I look. Huh? Can you tell now? No! Are you feeling okay, Squirrel? Huh? Yeah, you look serious, mate. Do I? How can you tell? One day I might turn that camera off and never turn it back on again. You've been warned. Captain's log. He can put that in his diary now. There you go, Captain's. Put that in your diary. One day I might turn the camera off and never turn it on again. Huh? And you can't say you wasn't warned, because Captain's log will have it filed. Where'd the pretty boy go? I don't know. If it was slipper camera difference... Do you have a foot fetish, Beaker? Is that what you're saying? You like looking at feet? Or is it specifically slippers? Have they not emptied this yet? Come on. What's going on? It's taking so long. Well, they filled everything again. I reckon it's because they keep filling up with this stuff. I think this needs to be automated, doesn't it? We don't need to mine that. Where's this? Have we got a scrap metal control? We do, don't we? Yeah, that's the issue. I've not automated that. Scrap metal. On. Yeah. That would probably create mass unemployment. Never do that, Melodies. Wait a minute, Captain's log's not even here, is he? No dedication. SMD, thank you for 73. Don't think he's even here. Right, how are we getting on? I do not have a motorcycle. You're asking a lot of questions to Critter. What is this noise? Wait a minute, these guys consume extract. Are you kidding me? What are they doing? What is going on in that tent? They all sat round with bottles of extract. That's like bad water extract. That's utterly bizarre. Oh, he's getting, I'm not really sure what's happening. It looks like his tail's getting brushed. He's been to the detailer. He's been to Lido. What's a carousel? Oh, that's the one that needs power. We can have a carousel. How big is that little dirt mine? Where's it gone? Jeez. How far down can that go? I feel like we need another one. Underground depth 2 meters. How do you know how long is left on that? Oh, it's the green flame in the middle. That's the extract. I see. So I really want to control this bad water here. I've got this one under control. I'm thinking we cap this one. Wait, how does that one get released? Okay, interesting. That's a sneaky one. The stairs near the dirt mine needs a connection. Oh yeah. Thank you. I'm just thinking I need to build this up, don't I? This has to be built up. So that we can actually keep the bad water away and store the good water to the right level, effectively. Missed a stack next to the gate. What did I miss? Dave! Hang on. Did Melodisa just gift a load of subs again? I'm confused because my display is not working correctly. If I've understood this correctly, El Plagiato did 93 months, and then I think Melodisa gifted subs to 10 people? 2 5s, is that right, Melodisa? Thank you so very much again for being very generous. And welcome. And then Dave did 108 months. If we had a child together on our sub date, it would be the 9th birthday today. I hope you brought in something nice and start to take your parenting duties more seriously with this one. You neglect it so much than your other kids. Dave, have you been on the alcohol again? Good to hear from you, sir. Thank you for 108 months. There's no path to the dance hall. We can't have that. We can't have that. It's okay, the corners are touching. Looks like you left a gap. I think they're okay. They'll have to go that way to build the rest of it. Well, that's their problem. Right, so that's on the go. Have we got this emptied yet? No, of course not. But we can at least open this up. Let the water through there. Make this nice and green. Get that emptied. I need to seal this off. Can replace that with land as well. There we go. Dana T as well with 5 subs gifted. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dana T. I don't like the sound of that. That noise usually means my drive's filled up or something. This space available 1 terabyte. It's not that. That Windows sound is not usually a good sound. YouTube. Unable to refresh your YouTube authorization token. I reckon that's because we... Power cut maybe did something with the token. Are we still live on YouTube? I'm not going to press OK on that. I tell you that was a bad sound. Let me just check my internet's come back properly. Yes. I think there was a bunch of things in the house like the... We've got the same error again. It's going to keep popping up now, isn't it? If I click OK and OK on that. I'm guessing it's the plugin that's broadcasting to YouTube. Has an invalid token because of the power drop, maybe. Oh, this is a fun Friday, isn't it, eh? Absolutely fun Friday, this. No, apparently YouTube's still running. We seem to have lost Nutslammer. Pups, are you able to get that back, or do I need to... I think, basically, some of my computer equipment in the cupboard that runs the networking, of which Nutslammer's probably one of them, would have gone offline and might need to be brought back. Unable to refresh your authorization token. Hang on. I'm going to have to temporarily disconnect the YouTube stream, I think. Hopefully temporarily. I tell you what's weird is I fire up my web browser and I can't access any websites, and I think that's what's going on. Something on my computer's not connecting to the internet properly. Which means my DNS server's probably down. That's probably what it is. Oh, we don't need IT troubleshooting in the middle of a stream, do we? I think the YouTube plugins, the plugin in OBS is trying to access YouTube and it can't. You can't get to the login page for the bot, yeah. I think something's down at my end. Something in the computer cupboard, probably. I'm just going to go inside the house a sec. Let me save this in case bad things happen. I'm just going to check all the equipment's come back on. I've got a feeling some of it's not come back on. I'm back. I see we've had multiple YouTube authorization token errors. Let's see. Okay, right. So my Proxmox server's alive. Anything bad happen? Okay, right. My Proxmox servers are back. All my services appear to be back up. Is that live? Okay, the bot didn't start. Oh no, it says it did. It says it's already running now. That's weird. It says it stopped. When I start it, it says it's already running. It does say it's running. Here, it's running now. Is the bot back now? Okay, BBC News is back. Aha, right. Okay, stuff's coming back. Right, we shouldn't have any more YouTube timeouts. Nothing to do in range. Okay, you can disappear for now. Pups, are you able to get to the bot's login screen yet or not? Can't get required materials. Treated planks. We're out with treated planks, blimey. Where's the place that makes treated planks?
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Commodore Bob, for 74 months. Melodisa over on YouTube gifted 5 cashew memberships. What a legend. Thank you very much, Melodisa. I've only just seen that. I think I was away from my desk when you did that. Thank you so very much. And Menzi on YouTube, subscribe with Prime. Thank you. The bot's back. Woo! Okay. Technical issues sorted. Yeah, so the problem is my 3 Proxmox server boxes are not connected to the UPS. And it looks like the BIOS is set not to auto restart, so I need to fix that. And I know why, because what it is, when I set up the Proxmox servers, I plugged them all in, and yeah, I'll tell you why, pups. The bot couldn't see I was live because the DNS server, which I use on my network, wasn't live. So nothing could get through DNS. That's what the issue was. And that's because the box hadn't started, because it's not plugged into the UPS. Yeah, Lynx, I need to go into the BIOS. They're like little Nook boxes, they are. There's 3 of them. And they're like a Proxmox cluster together. But I put them temporarily on the shelf and just plugged them in, but they're not on the UPS. If they were on the UPS, it would have never happened. But even so, I still need to change the BIOS settings, because they need to come back. Oh my god. Buildings being emptied does not accept new goods. Just give me storage. No, don't detonate that. Don't do that. Do not detonate. Is empty that, fill them in, and then I can detonate. So I'm thinking we need another drilling machine. But I am wondering about where to put it. Takes 4 workers. And annoyingly, you have to put it on flat ground, which is really annoying. Can't just put it where you like. Like, if I was to fill these cubes in with dirt, I could then put one there. Which is just stupid. This can be the mining district. How big are these things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 6 by 6? I think it is 6 by 6. Only the front has to be on flat ground. Oh, is that how it works? Okay. You mean the entrance? Or that bar bit?
Someone asked a question about new districts a bit ago.
Did they, Onamichi? Oh, do you know what? I think I might have missed Dynet's subscription gift. Maybe. If I didn't, thank you, Dynet. Thank you very much. Feeling a little bit flustered right now. I don't see that question on Amici. Not in the deliveries anyway. You can use platforms along the front. Oh, can you? So I could put that like that. Didn't know that. It's interesting how they still go through the water here, when I swore it would be quicker to go that way. Quite news again, at what point or distance should I set up a new district? Is it not necessary at all? Basically, I should have a district. You can tell because if you click on a building, it'll tell you how far, or click on a pathway, for example, like that. It shows you, it color codes what's in good range and what isn't. So you can see, if you click on any footpath, right, from the district, anything that's green is easy to get to. So all of this, it starts to go red around here. Yeah, so this is like an amber. So this is borderline. And then this is like, you really should be thinking about another district. This is quite hard to get to. It's the cost of getting to it. So all of this up here should be its own district, really. Which, if you look at it, on a map, you're probably this size. Probably 4 or 5 districts, maybe, in theory. Like, they'll still do it, but they're wasting the time running around the map. But the thing is about districts is they were made before zip lines were built, and zip lines kind of change things a bit. Like, if you've got although something might appear to be far away, with a zip line, it's much nearer, but it doesn't really take that into account. You haven't got red areas? Well, I do have red areas. All these are red, aren't they? All these are red. Finally, they've emptied it. Okay, now we can start demolishing stuff. I need to provide a way across there, really, don't I? Once you go with the bots, they can do the long distance stuff. Never really done the bots that much, Beaker. Happiness 14, we're almost on 15. I think once we get the maple stuff going. The question is, should we attempt to lower all this so we can use it? Take a lot of dynamite. Feels like it's all dead space. What factories have very rare higher injury rates unless they change that? What does it? Oops. How much dynamite do we have? 174. Too bad. Right, now they've built that, we can put this in place. They have a high injury, but can try to get the bots to work ASAP. The bots are almost self-sufficient. Bots are amazing for industry. They work 24/7 and don't get injured. First thing to do with bots is get them making more bots, then put them in all your mines and factories. Bots are not suitable for long distance. They run out of power on long walks. So basically, bots are best, from what I'm understanding correctly, is... Wait, so you could set up a district up here and just have it filled with bots that just does the industry? Like they just work in the mines and stuff? And you don't need to supply them with food and drink. So what do they need? Do they need to be supplied with, like, oil or something? Bot-only districts are on a thing. Can bots use zip lines to get around? Fuel, okay. And we make fuel out of... Where's all this under? Automation? I did see the bot thing somewhere. Refinery. That's presumably... So carrots. Potatoes, spadadoc... Even maple syrup, blimey. Although maple syrup is... Wait a minute, the maple syrup looks like some kind of... The symbol's different than fuel. So potatoes are good fuel, apparently. Carrots are rubbish fuel. Potatoes are the best. Spadadoc's not bad. Close second. Thing is, to grow potatoes is 6 days to provide 1. Spadadoc is 12 days to provide 3. So 1 potato every 6 days. 4 Spadadoc. One Spadadoc every 4 days. So Spadadoc is more efficient to grow than potato. But you get a little bit less fuel out of it. But is otherwise a better fuel. They can use zip lines. You can click on the buildings icon and the hover over the icons in the info view. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you mean. You're saying, do that. Catalyst. Biofuel. Is this what they use in the F1? Pops, are they making F1 fuel out of Spadadoc or potatoes? And do they use bots in their factories? Looks like it's been filled in. Wouldn't it be amazing if they used potatoes? Seriously. Imagine F1 cars being powered by potatoes. That would just... That's poetic. This water here doesn't feel very deep. At all. That's because it runs down into that level, doesn't it? We're going to need a different solution. We need to destroy this and replace it with floodgates. And have it on a sensor. And that way we can hold the water back at that level, not this level. Yeah, don't like that. Let's trash that. Let's put in a double floodgate instead. Annoyingly, it means that they can't get across there now. So look how long that's taken to fill. That's no good. No good at all. We're losing water via this fill valve. Need a depth monitor.
Oh hey Paul and chat. Hope you had a good week.
No, I didn't.
Indeed F1 uses spuds in their potato cars for their potato races. Scleros. You can probably tell I'm not a fan.
No, nah. That would never occur to me. What do we call this one? Tree water. Tree water overflow. So basically we want that to be there. So you turn on if you get above 0.8. which basically opens that floodgate, is the theory. Tree water overflow on. So, if that is above 0.8 meters, then we need to allow the water to come out. Which means we do that. Otherwise, we hold it back at 1.8 meters. What we're trying to say, I think. So that should hold that back now, and that should fill up. Why did you put the landfill in front of the floodgates? Because I am filling this in. That was the reason for that. But in theory, I shouldn't have done that. Or didn't need to do that. In fact, I probably shouldn't have done that at all, thinking about it. I had a plan in my head. The problem is it wasn't a particularly good one. So... yeah. I think we'll have to get rid of that. That would still work, but it's not optimal. It will be better that way. And indeed, we can have more water store here if we want to. It's interesting, that's not quite turned green. They still not finished this? Oh, treated planks. Okay, what is going on with the treated planks? Something's going on. The trouble is, I can't remember where we did them. Is it over here somewhere? Explosives, paper mill. Can anybody remember where on earth we treated the planks? Down here? How do you find a building when you don't know what it looks like? Tapper Shack. It's a wood workshop. It is that one. Treated planks is on. We got the pine resin. Yep, we got the pine resin. Do we have the planks? Yep. So we just need to scale it then, maybe. Since there's power running along here, I'm thinking we can have some industry down here. We got dirt. Lots of dirt. Yeah, I found it, Joffy. I'd like to build a second one, I think. There's the treated planks. Don't have many of them. Where's the local buffer of planks then? Let's have the little ones down here. What are they, See, why is pine resin stored? Is these different types of storage annoy me? Like the warehouse and the piles? There we go. Yeah, it's gone green now. Right, what's this depth on? So 0.53. Lovely. Perfect. So now we need to start planting maple. And also we need to start detonating this lot down a bit. Start with that. Have they got their, oh man, that thing is taking all the treated planks. I reckon maybe when we get the dance hall, we might tip over. Onto, well, we had 14 well-being. Bee stings, injuries, okay. The dance hall will definitely provide a boost. Aesthetics, Lanston, roof, scarecrow, weather vane. What, all of these provide a boost? What? Books? Why, we don't want educated beavers? What's all that about? 200 logs to build a farmer monument. Farmer monument. Can we build this anywhere? Hang on. Iron Teeth at the ready. Unlock the Iron Teeth faction. We just pinged 15 and then went back down again. Where do we put this? Do we put this near the residence so we get more? Are we better with this like here or out with the farms? It's best to build them near houses. Okay. So So anywhere around here, the resident district. Annoyingly, it's a little bit big. I feel like they've just got dead space here. It's really annoying. A beaver needs to walk through the highlighted tiles to get the buff. So, given that there's a zipline station here, it's a pity you can't get a traffic view so you can see where all the footfall is. I think there's a lot use this one. I think an awful lot of beavers come here. Maybe here would be a good place, actually. Put it anywhere here. There's so many beavers walk through this area. Put them on platforms, overpaths, and on roofs where your housing is. Yeah, but is it better to put it where the housing is or put it where the footfall is? Because if you have to walk within that zone to get the buff, I think it's better here than over here. Because although they live here, they walk through this area an absolute ton. All beavers go home is 100%. No. No. You're only going to catch the beavers that live within those buildings. All the ones that live outside of that, unless they come through that area, won't get buffed. Whereas if almost all the beavers are going through that zip line, it doesn't matter where they live. If that's how the buff works. You're going to get everybody that walks through this area, never mind whether they live within that area. Didn't notice you have multi-housing regions. What do you mean? We've got... These are the homes. You're surprised they don't fight amongst themselves? They will when they get books. The moment they're uneducated. Iron teeth unlocked. Right, we're going to need... Forester can cover this area. I should do it. And then we're going to need a tapper shack that can gather the resin. And we're going to need to decide which ones we're cutting down and which ones we're using for maple syrup. Then we're going to need some local storage. So we're going to need... Let's see, what's that there? That's logs. That's pretty full. A lot of trees around here. That's our log storage. We're going to need some resin storage, which is the warehouse. How big's that? So we put that there. That's going to store... It's not pine resin though, is it? It's maple resin. You're not going to tell me that's stored in a different thing. What does that store? You store it in a barrel? Is it This does my nutting. It's not easy to work out what you need to put down to store a particular kind of good. You just have to know. Maple. Right, you prioritize maple. Resin is solid. Maple syrup is a liquid. Okay. And then we want to plant trees. And we want to plant maple. Interesting. I like how we're putting trees up around the mine just to hide it. Can that forester reach that? Just about. Okay, it can actually reach this as well. Should be good. Woodcutter is not connected to a path. Well, this one. I mean, he should be. Lovely. Right, let's get rid of that. One, two, three. Gonna be some big booms. How are we getting on over here? Not very well. Can't reach any of it. Right, how's this looking? Sensors on 0.7778. That's interesting. I wonder if that's actually trending upwards to 0.8 or it's just going to sit there. This thing's a bit unreliable. I wonder if it's because of the water flow. If I like do that and just help it flow a bit better. I reckon there's room for some cheeky potatoes there. There may be even room for cheeky potatoes up here, to be honest. I mean, you know, you can access it. Is that gate open then? So it does work. It's holding that at 0.8, which is nice. When there's a drought, that'll stay closed. This basically here has a very good chance of drying out. Because it only has that water supply. Unless we change the automation on this so it releases water into here when this is too low. Rather than releasing water into here, which is probably the way to go actually. We should probably drive this one off a center here rather than off a center here. So rather than allowing that to overflow, basically allow it to demand water. Because we have enough supply upstream. Because as it stands, this will just dry out. And if you want to grow anything here, which we probably do, we need to allow water to be pulled down. So what we'll do is we'll put a little water sensor here. Current measurement's 0.8, so if it gets less than 0.8, then we need some water. Should do it. Because that can sit there, because that should back up to here and cause that to on the basis that it won't overflow because this will control it. What's the thing of this game? Water's always been a big thing in this game. Yeah, that's the fun thing about the game, Amasakia, is there's so many different ways to play it. There's so many different ways to generate power. And it is map dependent, but it's also requires technique. You've explosives ready in the water on Lower Lake. I do. Indeed. That wave, it's hilarious. There you go. That just creates a bit of a buffer. That lowered the level R, which then causes more water to flow through here. I wonder if you just completely lower this land down to this level. Just use it for growing. You could probably knock these two out as well. Otherwise it just feels like wasted land. God, have they still not finished this? Good place for a pub, yeah? Right, forgot about the monument. I like how that's made entirely out of logs. Just wood. That's all that's needed for that one. I feel like it needs a footpath all around it because it's so amazing. Encourage the beavers to walk around it. Still not built. What have we got? Decoration. A shrub. Have some shrubs. Shrubbery! What else we got? Lanterns. A roof? What does a roof look like? Okay, that's... That's pretty neat. I like that. Of course, I'm not really sure how they can actually reach that, but I'm sure they'll manage it. Oh, that gives them like a little overhang as well. That's awesome. That's really cool. What else have we got? Decoration. A weather vane. A bench. I'm not gonna have a bench. Just basically, whoever lives here, right, their home has just been turned into a park. There's now a public bench on their roof. People just going up there hanging out. Get off my roof! A scarecrow. Field decoration that's meant to scare birds. Trouble with the scarecrow is you have to give up a tile of farming to use it, which I don't really... A statue of a well-fed beaver. Okay. It's a pity they got... That could probably go here somewhere, actually, once they've done all this. Anyway, what was we building? Oh, yeah. Okay, so these guys have got nothing to do. I'll just pause that for now. Tapper's Shack, prioritizing maple syrup. I mean, this guy's going to have very little to do for a while, so we may as well pause that. Can you build a dance hall on a roof? I don't think you can. I think it's one of those things that has to be on the ground. Or is it? Actually, it doesn't say. It doesn't say you can't. It is quite big, though. You'd need a big roof for that. What's those green barrels they're carrying? I just love the idea. Look, I love the idea of this. This guy's carrying 1 of 14 kilograms of explosives on a zip line. It's like just holding it. Arms get tired. Bad things are happening. I love that. Bad water management needs to be looked at. So I think what I would like to do is get these blocked off and then get this dammed up, and then we can we've basically got a large body of bad water here, which won't go any higher than... Actually, does anybody know this? This bad tide drain, if the water level comes up to the drain, will it go higher than the drain, or will it stay at that level? I'm guessing it'll go higher, because the seep doesn't do that. The seep will only go to the level of the seep. But I'm guessing that's a higher pressure. What does yes mean? Because what I like to do is, like, reroute this. I don't like it going this way. Oh, I've got another thought, which has only just occurred to me. It'll do something cool. There is a contamination barrier. Stop soil contamination from spreading beneath it. If you build these... Right. I know this is probably obvious, but it's just... I've just had a thought about it. When there's a drought... Right, that's going to stop producing water. When it dries out, we demolish these, we put dirt blocks back down there, and then we put contamination barriers on top of that. That should stop that from happening, shouldn't it? Is that how that works? Because if we can do it there, we can then do it on this one. Completely isolate it. And then we need to try and send this bad water via like an underground tunnel. That one's already got one. So we can reuse that. We can basically get this one tunneled through to that one, which will send the bad water that way. No, I can't use a bad water cap because my faction on this map or whatever doesn't have it. But that work can only be done during a drought, really. You can put them outside the blocks. You already stopped the ground being toxic. Yeah, but then I can't build on them, can I, or destroy them? I want to minimize the amount of space that I use to do it. Where does this go down to? What have we got more of? Dirt? We've got plenty of dirt, haven't we? Okay, that will fill up and then spill. That would give us good control. So with that, we can stop that water coming this way, but allow it to overflow until we build a tunnel. And then we just got to cap that, which we should be able to do relatively easily. Right, how did we do this before? Okay. Actually, thinking about this, we don't need to do this. We can just get from above. Because if they're above it, they can drop anything down, can't they? As long as they can get to here, they can build anything. So then we have... Are we allowed to build in front of it? I can't remember. No. Or can they reach that? I don't know. They can reach that. Terrain block plus contamination barrier on top seems to be allowed by the game. If we was to put that on top as well... How did I do that over here? Did I put a platform in there? Yeah, I've got a platform there. That's what allowed me to do that. So you put a platform on top of that, and then you put a levee block on top of it like that. And then if you do that, yeah, they can't build this. Can they walk on this? Will they be able to walk across that when it's built? That contamination barrier? Or is that unwalkable? They can. So, if I've done that correctly, what I think that will do is block the vent, but anything that accumulates inside won't contaminate the land around it. In other words, we will never see anything from that ever again. Oops, the visual thing. Okay. That's not a complete solution yet, because obviously when we do get a bad tide, this is going to fill up and it has nowhere to go. But once we get a drought, we can go in and start connecting these tunnels, potentially. Although, I doubt that's going to dry out anytime soon. To tunnel through that is going to be a real pain. That could be interesting. That's an engineering project, that is. Also, when they build a tunnel, I don't think... Where's the tunnel icon? Like, if you wanted to build a tunnel here, and you did that, how do they excavate that out? And then just put a platform there? I presume that's what they do. We'd almost have to build it one tile higher than we need it, otherwise they're going to be wading in this stuff. Alright, how are we getting on? Very satisfying. I hadn't realised that they hadn't reached this yet, which is annoying. I got too excited. It's like, yeah, we can go boom! Yeah, if an explosive goes off, it hits the one next to it. That's annoying, isn't it? I suppose we could build a staircase here just to help them temporarily, but meh. The forester needs that land. What is he doing? Oh, there he is. 30 days. Blimey. And then another 12 days to get the maple syrup. That's a long time. New well-being high score, 19. Blimey. That is quite high.
Sklovsklhug.
Slackers. I think we'll have to leave this for now. Do that another time. Maybe bring all of that down. And if we bring that down, we can actually plant more trees here, which is beneficial. But getting up there is a bit of a pain. Timble, thank you for 70 months. Is our second dirt thing online? Oh my god, they still haven't built it. It needs 100 treated planks. Flippin' heck. Problem is, I've got too many building projects going. Now it looks like we can finally build the one we need, which is the wood workshop. Reach a well-being of 20. That's nice, apparently. Right, this needs to obtain stuff. This needs to obtain stuff. We can reclaim all that land for power stuff, which is good. Ooh. Bad tardy 3 days. Waffleberry 47 BT 3 days. Well, I was going to say it'll be a test for our new plug, but I don't think it's going to be done by then. Unless they can suddenly do mysterious things. To be honest, they can carry on building that while that's still a thing. Oh, this is nearly done. So let's change you. This one, this will be an interesting test, actually. Need to be careful with the level of this. I think we probably want it on... I'd guess 1.8. So we don't want it over this level. Yeah, that would appear to be what we want. Actually, no. We can probably go 2.8 maybe. Can you dig deeper out of the map? What do you mean by out of the map, Jace? Like, you can't go beyond this map here. You can dig down. There's a certain point where you can not dig anymore. A bit like in Minecraft, there's like a bedrock. Okay, they've done that. Nice. Just going to cap that. Just in case. Yeah, there's a map limit in terms of height.
Nice Skiros.
Emma Hoffman, thank you for 69 months. Nice. Can't you make a spillway off the map from a big bowl of bad water? Yeah. Yeah, the other solution is to, basically, like you say, just... In fact, that's probably better than tunneling, if I'm honest. So yeah, what we can actually do is decide what level we want this, and then, like you say, just have a spillway that way. And just send it. And then it doesn't come this way. We've done the first thing, which is stop it from coming down the middle of the map. That means that only that one will go that way. So maybe what we need to do instead is look to connect that tunnel with that one there. If we can connect them two together and then block this off, and then we can more or less cap... In fact, we just cap it. It's probably easier. Just cap the darn thing. Although, no, we can't... Well... It's a bit of work to cap it, but the point is then we've just got a giant bad water here that overflows off the map. And then we can just cap the rest of them. That one is only driven by those there, I think. You know, it's going to be plenty of bad water for the rest of the game. And then we can just cap the rest of them off. We don't need them anymore. I just did. I just built another builder's hut, Tim Hoffman. It's exactly what I just built here. Try and get construction done a bit quicker. Okay, they're building this. Let's see how far they get. They might shut this off before... No, they probably won't. We've only got a day left. So we can just create a little spillway that way. One bad water dome can easily make 10k power. When you say a bad water dome, what do you mean by that? The problem is on this map we don't have reliable bad water power. There's only water only comes in via seeps, which are very weak, or the drains, which activate every now and again. think it needs to be one below that. It looks like they can walk over those, which is good. Okay, in comes the bad tide. Right, so this should start to fill now. Quite rapidly by the look of it. Flipping heck. That is a huge amount of bad water. If this boys could work a bit quicker over here, get this knocked on the head, that would cap that off. Yep, that is a lot of chocolate sauce. Spillway's nearly ready. I'm sure this is meant to try and obtain stuff. Doesn't need priority, but if there was local building materials, we can get things done a bit quicker. Plenty of trees here. Look at this. 8 logs from these. Like really old oak trees. They're worth hacking down, they are. Oh, they've capped it. Even though it's not finished. It's not a finished project, but they've capped it. Yes, Albeck. Oh, this is nearly full. This is nearly full. That's a lot of... Hang on a minute. Have I got the calculations wrong? We'll see. This should be opening any minute. The bridge behind the Badwater Dam gets a lot of traffic. The bridge behind the Badwater Dam. Do you mean this bridge? What do you mean, this bridge? The reason it gets traffic is because they come in on this zip line here, and then they get off and cross over to go over to do this dynamite. The bad water on the new one. Yeah, this one. Oh, there we go. This is not good. Let me just open this up. They're currently walking through bad water. May have to raise that bridge up so it's no risk of this happening. Probably got a few contaminated beavers. Yeah, this won't happen once the spillway's done. Okay, that was that project. What else was doing? This one. Well, they're not quite finished here. Is the new treated plank factory online? Yes, it is. Let's see, we've got the planks, they've got the resin, they've got their input materials, they've got their output. They are sorted. Can't find what's the output on a seep well. Just connect them, there's output level height, and build the power generator down from that height. Sorry, Jackie, you talking to somebody else, or... I have no context. Now this is interesting. This is open and occasionally to keep this at the right height. So that's working okay. This is stable. That looks stable. What are we doing up here? So far, that's staying as it is. I think the reason for me opening that was so I could build a bridge. Yeah, so that's like our upper tank header. Actually thinking about it. Do we care about having water here or not? Because if we do, we need to change the measurement. If we don't, we can leave it. Because what this will let, it will let this upper one dry out before it will open those gates. But we can't reach the explosion near the wall, that's why they might not finish it yet. Guess. I suppose if we do that... Maybe that's why they didn't do the ones at the back as well. For the same reason. They were just too scared of going that far. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, you just expect them to be able to figure out how to get from here to here. Like, it's literally a straight, open platform. But they just go, if that's more than 10 squares, I'm not going. I reckon it's union rules. Where's our little berry, the original berry farm? It's the aquatic. The efficient farmhouse. Which presumably looks after the carrots. These are like literally the original carrots. Oh, I see. I reckon if you made a platform there, they'd be able to access this lot. Short-sighted. Maybe that's it. Yeah. Maybe you need to build like a an optician's or something. There should be things that you can build that just increase the range a little bit. Click on a district centre building, it shows you the border which they do not cross, and the path is extending that border. The district centre limits don't apply anymore. Like, don't go anywhere. Or, like, there used to be a limit on that stuff, but now that just shows you what they can access. But if you're saying it shows you that it can't access the dynamite, then that's a nice tip. Right, let me detonate. Whee! Now we need to channel some water in that direction as well. I reckon we can bring some water through here. It died. So sad. Wait, what's that? Random square there. I missed that. I may have to sacrifice some trees. Through there. Bring it underground through tunnels. Maybe. You're going to need to get around here anyway, and these guys are going to want to farm this area. Right on your path. Yeah, I will try. Can they get to that now? What? So my thinking is we could run it under the path, but it doesn't efficiently use the water. I think about here, run a tunnel through here should irrigate a lot of this land. Ooh, hello. I just hope they can get right to the end here. I can't show Bonnie. The reason I can't show Bonnie is because it goes back to the amazing week that I've had with Mrs. Squirrel. She basically injured her ankle on Monday going down some steps, and she's like ripped in the where your ankle is. She's ripped the tendons on the muscles. So cut a long story short, I've been running around after her all week. Literally, you know, everything. Feeding her, helping her get around the house, you name it. But she's on crutches. And, you know, we was in A&E on Tuesday morning, etc. We had her down the doctors this morning. Anyway, long story short is she's incapable of moving around. Well, she can shuffle around the house on crutches and that's it. But she can't bring Bonnie. And I have to make my own drinks and food and hers. So it's been a fun week. So getting Bonnie on is not going to be easy. Hey, look, they finished that. Nice. Once we get that spillway going, this should all be non-polluted land. And we should do the same with this. We should cap this. Yeah, thank you, Doves. It's not been fun. She was in a lot of pain. Bearing in mind, this is a lady that has been through childbirth 3 times. She said to me, that was more painful than childbirth. On the day that it happened, she was in that much pain, like she was literally in tears. And she said, that was more painful than childbirth. That just gives you an idea. Oh, you can't build on those thorns. God, they're annoying. Building unstaffed. Yeah, whatever. Beaver's unwell, Beaver's injured. I still don't have a what do they call them? The place where you make the drugs. Pets, carousel, herbalist. Because we don't have the herbs for that. We should probably do that, actually. Maybe just build a little herb thing here. Do that and get rid of that. Sprain your ankle and damaged nerve, ankle was on fire. Yep, that's what she said. She gets like sometimes pins and needles, sometimes it feels like it's on fire. Thank you, Zebra. If you cap there's 3 bad water drains, all you'd have to do is either make a spillway for the bad water seep or cap it off. Yeah, that's the project, isn't it? This is nearly ready. Spillway's nearly done. Just shows you the sheer volume of water on a bad tide. Look at it. The only thing is, like, if we open this up, we could also put some power wheels here. Not that we need power, but you could put power wheels here and power them off the spill. But yeah, we are very much not in need of power. In fact, that's the first time I've seen those batteries even move. Yeah, I want to cap this off. Oh, that's a heck of a drop. Survived 20 cycles on one map. Wasteland
Damn,
Expert.
it's 3 years.
Vilmeister, thank you for 3 years. Hey, we are ready to detonate. No, we're not. Out of reach, out of reach. I knew it. I knew it. Scumbag game. That is so annoying. Just build a path. Yeah, that's easy. So the path goes up to here, which allows them to do that, but I can't put platforms here because there's dynamite down. If we just detonate that down. I should be able to put a 3-high platform in. I'll just bridge over it, I guess. There you go. That should, in theory... In theory, we can probably put that right up now. get rid of this. That's better. I want to remove this bridge here and this path downwards. It's safer and it is slightly quicker because I don't have to go down and back up. I see you want to take the bad water off the map. It's just a spillway. It's to stop it basically going down the centre of the map. The next one to sort out is this, and then there'll be no bad water coming around this bit. The only bad water would be that here that goes via the underground tunnel here. But that's a longer play. What that means is we've only got bad water running down this side of the map. That's going off, and we'll cap that. And then eventually we'll cap this and just get all our bad water from here. So clearance can be very painful as your feet are wide directed to the temperature as they're temperature controlled. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of nerves that run directly from your feet right up through your spine to the brain. 100% that's true. And therefore, yeah, it's almost as painful as like dental pain. You know, it's very direct. These guys like, what? You must be kidding. How can you not reach that? Come on. What am I missing here? Why can't they reach this? How does that work? What do you mean it needs stairs? Dude, look at the path connections. It's too far away. Are you saying that they can't chop it from above? They have to go... Right. They have to go down to that level to do it. Interesting. Okay. Well, there you go. In which case, we'll also put a lumberjack down here. And we'll cut these trees down. I like the logic of that. You can't fell a tree down if you're above it. But heck, you can build anything you want below you. You can build anything. You, like 7 squares down, you can erect a platform, a levee, a floodgate, anything you want. Can you cut a tree down below you? No. Oh no. The lumberjack flag is now blocking it. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Oh my god. Wait, that's weird. Ha! Gotcha. He just ran up to cut it down. I went, nope. Can we not make that a high priority cut down? So what I want to do now is build a tunnel. Have we got anything in that? Ooh. Did actually forget about that. Basically wanted a tunnel like on that square here that runs along. But to do it, then you need to be able to get down there. Do you know what? I'm just going to go back to my original plan and just get rid of it. So how do we get them down here so that they can build that tunnel through there? Because that's interesting. We're going to have to build a platform out of here, I think. You think there's one what, Fox Sound? Oh, and explosives. What, near the potato field? Well, that one. Yeah, that was to allow better flow of the water. Should do it. I can't believe they didn't finish that before bed. Cool. That's now spillway controlled, isn't it? Which is good. How are we getting on for our treated plank? We're still on 0 treated planks. What on earth is going on? Are they just consuming them all? I know the second mine needed them, which now has a... Building needs power to operate, connected to a generator. Presume that'll work. Oh, I've just noticed. Scumbag game. Of course, the entrance is on a different level. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? Right, it now has power. And is connected. Because at some point that one's going to run out, but you never know when. It doesn't actually tell you. It says productivity 68%. Which I don't understand what that means, because... You've got 4 workers in there, running at full tilt. How is that 67% productive? It never runs out. Dirt's unlimited. I assumed it would go to the bottom and then that would be the end of that. That's what I thought would happen. They finished this. Anyway. Okay, there you go. There is the spillway. Shall reconnect this so that we can cap that if we want to. It goes to the bottom and keeps producing. Right. Fair enough. Right, if you don't want my tree yet. Hey, finally. Make that a maximum. Now then, let's see. Tunneling. Okay, so I can't build a tunnel on that, which makes sense. I'm going to have to destroy this. I don't want to do both. Meh. Because I'm out, Jace. Right, then having done that, if we bring this level down to here. Landscaping, tunnel. Don't know how far we need. That's it, Dave. That should irrigate at least up to about here-ish. Once they've done it. We should already be able to plant. Hang on, what do we want? Got maple trees here. Do we want all maple trees or do we need other stuff? Oh, I forgot they automatically, I forgot they did that with tunnels. They just detonate, don't they? They plant them and then run. We need, to get herbs, we need, 17 injured beavers. My God, we don't have that many beds. Those bees are an absolute menace. I agree, Dave. Maples, pine, dandelions. Wait a minute. You can make... Where is it? So the corn says the herbalist needs paper, dandelions, and berries. We have berries. Plenty of those. But I really do think we should just fill this in here. And we can actually use this land. That'll take him a while. So we need dandelions to make herbs, don't we? What else have we got? Wheat. They wanted bread, didn't they? Oh, the dance hall's open. He's just practicing. He went down there early before everybody arrived just so he can get his moves correct. Just ridiculous. Everybody turns up. Maybe that was the instructor. Maybe the instructor went down there and just practiced for everybody else. I love the way they put hats on and stuff. This doesn't sound like a discussion arena. This sounds like some weird cult where they just go and start chanting stuff. I'm telling you, this is a cover. That's a cover for something else, that is. Got teeth grindstones, don't need more of them. Details we have. Herbalist we need. Contemplation spot. Maybe we just put that outside. So they can dance. They can go in and dance, then come out and contemplate, be like, yeah, if I move my left foot and then it's right, left, right, and then I turn, put my leg out. Yeah, I got it. Learning some new dance craze. How's this going now? Yeah, so I'm wondering about planting maple here. Maybe we just do it to there or something. Definitely a way across here. Let's landfill that bit and that bit. That can go. That's better. You might need to lay a path in the tunnel for them. Oh, really? Are they really that stupid? So this tunnel that they built, they don't realise they could go down it. Not allowed to use that anymore, pal. We can grow stuff here. Maybe that's where we grow either the wheat or maybe the dandelions. We can reclaim a bit of land here, actually. This can be filled in and reused at some point. It crisps. You forgot a piece of path on one side of the bridge. I think I fixed that. The only problem with this is it's a bit aggressive, so it kind of creates these waves. You can already see that green creeping over as they progressively plant stuff. Okay, do we need a farmhouse? Right, let's get the dandelions going first. We don't need many dandelions, do we? Wait, is it dandelions or sunflowers? Wait, what do they need for the herbalist? What is that? That is dandelions. That's a forester. Interesting. Okay, so we can probably put a forester in here like that, and they can look after that bit. Or we do it over here since it's a forester. Might need to move that water gauge away from the dam. Why? Yeah. Thank you, pups. If I ask for dandelions here, presumably he'll come out and do that. That should be enough. I don't like the way that water level fluctuates because of that gate. Yeah, there you go. He's got something else to do now. Because the thing is, like, once the maple trees are planted, since we're not cutting them down, he won't have a huge amount to do. Whereas at least with the dandelions, he's got stuff to do. Right, who collects the dandelion? Does the forester collect them as well? A forager, or do you mean forester? Oh, we need a gatherer flag for it. Which is under... I can't remember why that's under. Is under food? Gatherer. Picks berries, dandelions, and chestnuts. Okay. We'll just need storage for that. Oh no, Vilmeister, normally with explosives you get to control when they get detonated, but with tunnels, you have no control. They just get on with it. We'll have one more row. Right, what do we store dandelions in? Is that a bulky goods, or is that just a small warehouse thing? It's in here, isn't it? It's gotta be. Sunflower seeds, carrots, berries. Dandelions, there we go. Would you set up something for us to name beavers with peanuts? I mean, bear in mind how long a beaver lasts and you won't see him again. Is there any point? Like, they don't live that long. They really don't. You know what? That land needs removing. But getting to it's going to be a real pain. But that will open that up. Actually, they might be able to do it one at a time. They can then do that. Yeah, that should work. Can we name one Pups and blow him up? Can we name one Pups and fire him? Pups, are you hearing this? Wow. Your fan base is there, mate. I feel like this tunnel is taking way longer than it should. Extracts, explosives and planks. Right, local storage. We'll have one storage for the dandelions, and we'll stick it up here somewhere. So before I do that, I'll remove that or add to it. .22 high score. There's your dandelion storage. The rugby's not worth watching at the moment. You know, we can actually reclaim land here as well. Could reshape this. It's quite a big pool of water. We could reshape it so there's more land to grow on. I see why you're saying put the sensor somewhere else now. Because it's opening and closing, it like affects the level quite viciously, which then, yeah. put it over here and it won't do crazy stuff. Because really, that shouldn't really be operating. That seep here should be putting water in there. All it needs. There you go. That's a bit more stable now. It's interesting. It was getting stuck in a feedback loop. Like, it would activate, tell that to open, it would open, send a rush of water through, this would switch off, the wave moved away, the sensor would go, oh, we don't have enough water, switch back on. It's then open the gate. It was just, the gate was just doing this. And all because the sensor is near the output of the gate. It's crazy. But then now, because it's further away, it opens for quite a while before it switches off. But at least the speed that it does it is a lot less. But what I can't understand is why it needs water at all. Because this thing is just pouring water into here. So why is that? Let me change the threshold on this. So this only comes on if we don't need anything from the seep. You'd have to say paid control mode for the gates. Yeah, they're basically on-off, aren't they? They're very digital. I think what you have to do, though, is set this level to be slightly less than what you want, given that the supplies it, but it's a bit irregular. I think that's a better flow now. Because in theory, like you say, that shouldn't need to open. Unless there's a bad water or something. Then lacks goods. Unable to get acquired materials. Chestnuts. Okay. Maybe they're out of season. I mean, this is where all the chestnuts are, isn't it? I see chestnuts. Is it activating because the source has 2 and the dam has 3? Nah. Because this gate is not moving. Yeah. We're going to wind up shortly, don't worry. Ah. Now then. They can't actually reach that. Yes, on the reach, you see Sunday. This is more buildable land. Stop water level. 6.3k. That's a lot of water. I have 16 unemployed because lots of buildings have shut down. Treated planks are finally starting to come up. Like if we built another one of them, since we've got such high unemployment. That's normal. Nice little area for medicine production. What, this one? Yeah, those dandelions are almost ready. And then they'll take another 3 days. So what is this? 3 days to grow and then another 3 days to turn into dandelions, so they flower. Yeah, so they grow to full size, then they spend 3 days flowering. And then you can make the herb thing. Jesus. They're like little miners, aren't they? Just going in there. Into the mine shaft. And then you hear an explosion. Lol, Dave. I am wondering, though, if... I think it's probably worth doing that. So that it gives a better area feed around here. Ah, Dave. You just like rattling the bear's cage, don't you? Oh, that's opened. Interesting. Either or it's just overflowing. I think it might just be overflowing. In theory, we could end up with too much water, and that should really be a spillway. Something to think about. I'm finished with dealing with idiot pilots. What have I missed in the last 2 hours, Dysonator? Well, I guess you can just rewind the stream and find out, mate. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Beautiful. Right, I am going to have to call it there, I'm afraid. Yeah, okay. Right, I'm done here. I will be back on Sunday, guys. Back on Sunday, I'm afraid. No stream tomorrow. I've got too much going on. Next week... The next week will be like a 10 till 2, and then all weekend of roadcraft and stuff, so... 10 to 2 on a Friday, sorry. Turn off the water pump there. That one, yeah. I should probably have a sensor on it. And just say if it gets to a certain level, stop pumping. But I mean, that water seep will carry on. Oh, it'll stop, won't it? Yeah. Right, remind me to put a sensor on that. I need a relay. Because it needs to automate based on temperature and water level. Waffleberry 48. Right, guys, I shall leave you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Sorry I'm not around tomorrow. Just too much to do. And I'll be back Sunday morning. And we'll carry on. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for your support as ever. See you Sunday. Take it easy. Love you all. Good afternoon.